Welcome to Velveta, Sounds of Sleep, your serene escape for dreamers, thinkers, and those seeking peaceful rest. This is where the day's noise fades and the magic of a peaceful night gently begins. Take a deep, calming breath. Close your eyes. We will guide you with soft-spoken stories and ambient narratives, helping you drift into the peace you deserve. Forget the distractions. Simply listen, press play, and let your journey to tranquil sleep begin. Sweet dreams await. Welcome, weary traveler, as night folds softly around us, and silence descends like a gentle cloak. The world grows still, and in that stillness, we open a new chapter in our journey through the ages. Tonight, we leave behind empires of marble and stone, kings and conquerors, and turn our gaze across the wide Atlantic Ocean to a land that was not yet a nation, not yet a republic, but a wilderness vast and untamed. This is the story of America before America, of people, struggles, and dreams that would one day forge a new country. Long before European sails pierced the horizon, this land was alive with nations, native peoples whose traditions stretched back thousands of years. They shaped forests into hunting grounds, rivers into highways, and plains into worlds of meaning. Their stories were written not in ink, but in memory, carved into landscapes, sung around fires, passed from elder to child. When Europeans arrived, they did not come to an empty wilderness, but to a continent of vibrant civilizations, each with its own wisdom and way of life. The first strangers came tentatively, carried by currents and driven by dreams of riches and discovery. Spaniards, French, Dutch, and English each brought ambitions, fears, and hopes. They built fragile outposts on rocky shores, carved forts along rivers, and raised wooden crosses on distant hills. For some, the New World was a prize to be exploited, its lands mined for gold and silver. For others, it was a refuge, a place to worship freely, to begin anew, to build homes far from the heavy hand of kings. But the birth of America was never peaceful. It was forged in collision, indigenous nations meeting Europeans in uneasy alliances and bitter wars, settlers carving farms from forests, while disease and displacement consumed ancient communities. Africans torn from their homelands, bound in chains, their sweat and suffering turned into wealth for distant masters. It was a story of both hope and heartbreak, of ideals proclaimed and denied, of dreams pursued and stolen. Over centuries, small settlements grew into colonies, and colonies into societies. In Jamestown, farmers planted tobacco that tied them to markets across the sea. In Plymouth, pilgrims prayed for survival in a harsh winter, clinging to faith and fragile alliances. In Boston, fiery voices spoke of liberty, while in Charleston, human beings labored in bondage to produce rice and indigo. 13 colonies, each different, began to take root along the Atlantic coast, bound together by trade, struggle, and a growing sense of identity. This story is not about monuments already built, but about foundations laid, not about a republic already born, but about the long and painful labor that preceded it. It is about the French and Indian War that decided empires, the protests that sparked resistance, the voices that demanded freedom, and the first shots fired on village greens. It is about contradictions, liberty proclaimed while slavery persisted, equality declared while inequality endured. and it is about resilience, the determination of ordinary men and women who, through hardship and hope, planted the seeds of a nation. As you close your eyes and drift into the embrace of this tale, imagine the vast forests stretching beyond sight, rivers winding like silver threads, the crackle of fires in small wooden cabins, the echo of muskets in distant valleys. Feel the weight of centuries pressing forward, the slow build of destiny as 13 colonies moved step by step toward revolution. The America we know was not born in a moment, but in centuries of struggle and change. Its story begins not with the Declaration of Independence, but with native hunters on ancient plains, with sailors chasing horizons, with pilgrims kneeling on frozen shores, with farmers, traders, rebels, and dreamers. It begins in hope and hardship, in courage and contradiction. And tonight, we begin it too. Before European sails ever pierced the horizon, before maps charted the vast ocean, before stories of conquest and colonization, there was a world already alive with countless civilizations, cultures, and histories. The land we now call America was no empty wilderness waiting to be discovered. It was a living tapestry of forests, rivers, plains, deserts, and mountains, home to tens of millions of people who had built societies of remarkable complexity, adapted to their environments, and passed down traditions through generations, stretching from the icy tundra of the far north to the subtropical wetlands of Florida, from the woodlands of the Great Lakes to the windswept plains of the Midwest. Indigenous peoples had created ways of life that reflected both diversity and resilience. In the forests of the Northeast, the Iroquois Confederacy wove together tribes in systems of governance and diplomacy that balanced freedom with unity. Their longhouses sheltered extended families, and their great law of peace bound nations into alliances that would inspire later thinkers of liberty and confederation. Further south, along the fertile floodplains of the Mississippi River, the Mississippian culture had built vast ceremonial centers with earthwork mounds rising like pyramids above the landscape. The city of Cahokia, near present-day St. Louis, once thrived with tens of thousands of inhabitants, larger than London at the same time. Its plazas, temples, and networks of trade radiating power and influence across the continent. On the vast plains, semi-nomadic peoples followed the migrations of bison herds, their lives deeply intertwined with the rhythms of the seasons. In the southwest, the ancestral Puebloans and their descendants carved villages into sheer cliffs, with homes and ceremonial kivas standing as testaments to endurance in arid lands. Their intricate irrigation systems drew life from scarce water, sustaining crops in unforgiving deserts. In the Pacific Northwest, abundant salmon runs and cedar forests sustained cultures of striking wealth and artistry. Totem poles rose skyward, carved with the symbols of lineage, myth, and spirit. These societies did not exist in isolation. Trade routes crisscrossed the continent, carrying obsidian, shells, copper, foodstuffs, and stories from distant lands. Networks of diplomacy, warfare, and migration shaped an ever-shifting mosaic of power. Peoples rose and fell, adapted and endured, long before Europeans set foot on these shores. Their spiritual lives were as rich as their material ones. The natural world was not a backdrop, but a living presence. Mountains, rivers, animals, and the sky itself infused with spirit. Stories of creation, cycles of life and death, and deep respect for balance and harmony infused ceremonies and daily practice. Unlike the hierarchies and rigid dogmas that would come with European empires, indigenous spirituality was often rooted in fluidity and connection, in the idea that human life was but one thread in a much larger web of existence. When Europeans later wrote of an empty wilderness, they ignored this truth, that America was already a continent of nations, each with its own traditions, politics, and ambitions. They overlooked the ancient cities whose ruins still slumber beneath the soil, the stories etched into memory and stone, the legacies of survival written into the very landscape. By the time Christopher Columbus stumbled across Caribbean islands in 1492, entire civilizations had already flourished for millennia. Some had risen and fallen, like the mound builders of Cahokia, while others endured in new forms, like the Haudenosaunee, the Pueblo peoples, the Sioux, and countless others. These were not passive witnesses awaiting discovery, but actors in their own right, shaping destinies across a continent. And it was these peoples who would face the great storm that was coming. Diseases carried unseen across the ocean, iron weapons and gunpowder, new alliances and betrayals. All would alter their world in ways unimaginable. Yet in this moment, before the sails, before the clash, America was whole. A land of voices, traditions, and lives rooted deeply in earth and sky, waiting not for discovery, but for recognition. So, before our story of colonies, rebellions, and independence begins, we must remember the first chapter belongs here, to the people who called this land home long before it was named America, and whose descendants still carry forward the echoes of that ancient heritage. Long before Columbus set sail under the banners of Spain, another people had already crossed the treacherous Atlantic. These were the Norse, the seafaring men and women of Scandinavia. Farmers, traders, warriors, and adventurers, whose sleek longships carved paths across seas from Iceland to Greenland, and finally to a place they called Vinland. Though their settlements would be brief, their voyages were the first known bridge between the old world and the new, foreshadowing the great encounters yet to come. By the 9th and 10th centuries, Norse explorers had already spread far beyond their homelands. They established colonies in Iceland, built settlements along the rugged coast of Greenland, and sailed into uncharted waters with an audacity that seemed limitless. Their long ships were marvels of design, shallow-hulled vessels capable of both ocean voyages and river navigation, swift and durable enough to carry them across vast distances. It was this mastery of the sea that enabled them to glimpse lands across the western horizon. According to the sagas, those semi-mythical chronicles of Viking deeds, Leif Erikson, son of Eric the Red, set sail from Greenland around the year 1000. Guided by rumors of lands glimpsed by earlier sailors, he and his crew reached a place of lush forests, wild grapes, and rich pastures. They called it Vinland, the land of wine, though historians debate whether the name referred to grapes, meadows, or simply abundance. Most scholars believe these voyages brought the Norse to the shores of North America, likely Newfoundland in present-day Canada, archaeological evidence at Lens aux Meadows supports this, revealing the remains of Norse-style houses and workshops where iron was smelted and timber prepared. For a brief time, the Norse presence in Vinland hinted at the possibility of permanent settlement. They hunted, fished, and cut timber, seeking resources scarce in Greenland. Yet they were not alone. Encounters with indigenous peoples, whom the Norse called Skrælings, were marked by tension, trade, and violence. The sagas speak of exchanges of goods, but also of sudden conflict, arrows, and blood. Outnumbered and far from home, the Norse could not secure a lasting foothold. Within a few years, perhaps a generation, Vinland was abandoned. The Norse retreated back to Greenland and Iceland, their experiment in America ending as quickly as it began. Still, their voyages carried deep significance. They proved that the Atlantic could be crossed, that another world lay beyond the western seas. Though Europe at large remained unaware, whispers of these journeys survived in sagas and oral tradition, waiting centuries to resurface. When Columbus and others later sailed west, they were not the first to step upon American soil, but the first to do so in a way that would permanently link two hemispheres. The Norse, for their part, carried on with lives of farming and trading. Their Greenland colonies survived for centuries, though they too would eventually vanish, swallowed by climate change, isolation, and shifting trade. Vinland became less a real place than a legend, an echo of a time when wooden ships dared the ocean's immensity. Yet the age of exploration was not born with the Norse. It would arise later, in the 15th century, when European kingdoms, stronger and more ambitious, sought routes to Asia and fortunes in trade. Portugal's caravels would push down the coast of Africa, Spain's ships would cross the Atlantic, and France and England would follow. Unlike the fleeting Norse settlements, these new ventures would alter the course of history forever. But still, in the twilight centuries before Columbus, the Norse stand as a reminder. America was not an undiscovered wilderness waiting for Europe, but a land already touched, visited, and known, even if only for a moment, by restless sailors from across the sea. Their story bridges myth and history, legend and archaeology, and reminds us that the encounter between worlds began not in 1492, but centuries earlier, when the dragon-headed longships of the Vikings brushed against the shores of a new world. The year 1492 stands as a dividing line in history, a moment when the world itself seemed to tilt and transform. To Europeans, it was the dawn of a new age of discovery, empire, and wealth. To the peoples of the Americas, it was the beginning of a cataclysm, a storm that would sweep across their lands with disease, conquest, and upheaval. In that year, Christopher Columbus, sailing under the banner of Spain, crossed an ocean and reached islands he believed lay on the edge of Asia. In truth, he had stumbled upon continents unknown to Europe, and in doing so set into motion an exchange that would forever reshape the globe. Columbus was not the first European to gaze upon these shores, as the Norse had centuries earlier. Yet unlike their fleeting settlements, his voyage occurred at a time when Europe was rising with unprecedented energy. Spain, newly united under Ferdinand and Isabella, had just completed the Reconquista, expelling the last Muslim rulers from Granada. Hungry for wealth and eager to bypass Ottoman-controlled trade routes to Asia, Spain, and Portugal turned their eyes to the sea. with caravels equipped for long voyages, compasses and astrolabes to guide them, and a thirst for gold, spices, and souls to convert. They pushed outward in search of fortune. When Columbus's ships, the Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria, made landfall in the Caribbean, they entered a world teeming with life and culture. The Taino and Arawak peoples welcomed the newcomers with curiosity, offering food, water, and gifts. Columbus, however, saw not partners but subjects. He described the people as gentle and generous, yet also as potential servants and converts, ripe for European domination. From the very beginning, the encounter was marked by misunderstanding and exploitation. Columbus believed he had reached islands off the coast of Asia, the Indies, hence his name for the people, Indians. He could not comprehend the vastness of what he had stumbled upon. Yet he knew enough to claim the lands for Spain, planting banners and crosses, announcing to Europe that a new world lay open for conquest. The consequences were immediate. Within years, Spanish expeditions swept across the Caribbean. Colonies were established on Hispaniola, Cuba, and Puerto Rico. The encomienda system granted Spanish settlers the labor of indigenous peoples, binding them to toil in mines and fields under brutal conditions. Gold and silver flowed toward Europe, while disease, smallpox, measles, influenza, devastated native populations. Entire villages and cultures were extinguished in waves of mortality so severe that some estimates suggest 90% of indigenous peoples perished in the first century after contact. Yet Spain's ambitions did not stop with the islands. Conquistadors, driven by greed, faith, and ambition, set out to conquer the great civilizations of the mainland. Hernán Cortés marched into Mexico, where the Aztec Empire stood as one of the most powerful states in the Americas. Through alliances, deception, and steel, he toppled it within 2 years, aided by the devastating force of European disease. Francisco Pizarro repeated the pattern in Peru, seizing the Inca Empire in the Andes. The speed and scale of these conquests stunned the world. Mighty empires that had endured for centuries fell to a few hundred Spaniards backed by horses, gunpowder, and ruthlessness. The conquest transformed not only the Americas, but also Europe and the wider world. Spain grew rich beyond imagination, its galleons laden with silver from Potosi and Mexico, fueling an empire that stretched across oceans. Yet this wealth came at a terrible cost: the enslavement and suffering of indigenous peoples, the forced conversions under the cross, the destruction of temples, codices, and traditions. The Columbian Exchange, this great transfer of crops, animals, diseases, and ideas between Old World and New, remade diets, economies, and ecologies. Potatoes, maize, and tomatoes traveled to Europe, while wheat, horses, and cattle arrived in America. But alongside these came smallpox and plague, reshaping the balance of human life. Columbus himself died still believing he had found islands on Asia's edge, never fully grasping the enormity of his discovery. But Spain, and soon other European powers, understood well enough. A new world had been revealed, rich with land, people, and opportunity. For the indigenous nations, it was the beginning of centuries of struggle to resist, survive, and adapt. The Spanish conquest was not simply the story of battles and empires. It was the opening act of a global transformation. The Atlantic Ocean, once a barrier, had become a highway. The fates of Europe, Africa, and the Americas were now bound together. From the mines of Peru to the sugar fields of the Caribbean, from the marketplaces of Seville to the villages of the Great Plains, nothing would ever be the same again. Thus, the world stood transformed. A new age had begun, forged in the clash of steel and faith, in the flow of silver and blood. The Spanish conquest marked not just the beginning of colonial America, but the dawn of a modern, interconnected world, a world of empires, revolutions, and eventually nations yet to be born. After Columbus opened the gates, Spain poured through with fervor unmatched. What began as small settlements on Caribbean islands became the foundation for a vast empire stretching from Mexico to Peru, from Florida to Chile. The Spanish in the Americas built missions, raised cities on the ruins of older civilizations, and carved out an empire that would stand for centuries. But this empire was forged in paradox, riches and ruin, faith and violence, order and upheaval. The first decades of Spanish rule were marked by conquest. Cortés had seized the Aztec Empire in 1521. Pizarro toppled the Incas in the 1530s, and other conquistadors pressed into Central America, South America, and the northern frontiers. Everywhere they went, they left behind both devastation and transformation. Indigenous temples were razed, replaced with churches. Plazas were built atop sacred spaces. The architecture of Europe, the cathedral, the town square, the governor's palace, rose amid the Andes, the Yucatan, and the deserts of New Mexico. At the heart of Spain's imperial design was the encomienda system, which granted colonists the right to extract labor and tribute from indigenous communities. In practice, it was often brutal, reducing entire villages to servitude in fields, mines, and workshops. Critics like Bartolomé de las Casas decried the abuses, arguing that Spain's empire was being built upon cruelty and sin. His fiery writings shocked Europe and fueled debates about the morality of conquest. Laws were drafted to limit abuses, but enforcement was often weak, and exploitation persisted. From the silver mines of Potosí in the Andes and Zacatecas in Mexico, wealth unimaginable flowed into Spanish coffers. The mountain of Potosí was so rich in silver that contemporaries claimed it could have built a bridge across the Atlantic. Galleons laden with treasure sailed for Spain, financing wars in Europe and fueling a global economy. Yet this wealth was also a curse. Inflation destabilized Spain. Dependence on silver left its economy brittle, and endless wars drained its strength. Meanwhile, indigenous workers and enslaved Africans bore the terrible human cost of this prosperity. Religion was another cornerstone of Spain's empire. Missionaries, Franciscans, Dominicans, Jesuits, spread across the continents, determined to convert indigenous peoples to Christianity. Some came with humility, learning local languages, translating scripture, and offering education. Others arrived with intolerance, smashing idols and burning sacred codices. Entire regions were remade under the cross. Churches rose above ancient pyramids, saints replaced local gods, and new hybrid forms of belief emerged. Catholicism spread widely, yet often fused with indigenous traditions, creating rich, syncretic practices that endure today. The Spanish crown ruled its empire through an elaborate bureaucracy. Viceroyalties in New Spain, Mexico, and Peru oversaw vast territories, with officials answering directly to Madrid. Audiencias, royal courts, dispensed justice, and strict trade laws funneled wealth through Spain's ports. The empire was hierarchical and rigid, divided by race and origin. At the top stood Spaniards born in Europe, peninsulares, followed by Spaniards born in the Americas, criollos, then mestizos of mixed ancestry, and at the bottom indigenous peoples and enslaved Africans. This caste system shaped society and bred tensions that would one day fuel independence movements. Despite the harshness of conquest, Spanish America was also a place of creativity and resilience. Universities were founded in Mexico City and Lima, among the first in the hemisphere. Printing presses spread literature and law. Cities bustled with markets where indigenous African and European traditions mingled. Music, art, and food fused into new forms. While empires rose and fell around them, the people of the Americas were not passive victims. They adapted, resisted, and endured, shaping a new world out of fragments of the old. Spain's empire stretched across a hemisphere, yet it was never unchallenged. Pirates prowled the seas, raiding treasure fleets. Rival powers, France, England, the Netherlands, began to eye the Americas with hunger, sending explorers and settlers to test Spain's claims. Indigenous resistance persisted too, from uprisings in the Andes to Pueblo revolts in the deserts of New Mexico. Spain's authority was vast but fragile, always dependent on force and faith to maintain its hold. By the 1600s, Spain had created the first truly global empire, linking Europe, Africa, Asia, and the Americas in a network of trade and conquest. Manila galleons carried silver across the Pacific to Asia, where it was exchanged for silk and spices. Sugar, gold, tobacco, and slaves crossed the Atlantic. The world had become interconnected in ways unimaginable a century earlier. But this dominance came at enormous cost. Indigenous populations collapsed under disease and exploitation. Ecologies were transformed by imported animals and crops. And within Spain itself, dependence on American wealth created both grandeur and decline. The empire seemed strong, but beneath the surface cracks were forming. Still, in these centuries, Spain reshaped the Americas forever. The languages spoken, the religions practiced, the cities built, and the borders drawn all bore its imprint. The age of Spain in the Americas was both an age of creation and destruction, of monumental achievement and irreparable loss. It was the foundation upon which much of American history would be built, even as new powers prepared to challenge Spanish supremacy. While Spain carved its empire in gold and silver, France pursued a different vision in the Americas. It was not glittering cities or mountains of treasure that drew the French across the Atlantic, but rivers, forests, and furs. Where Spain built viceroyalties, France sought networks of trade. Where Spanish conquistadors crushed empires, French explorers courted alliances with native peoples. The French Empire in the New World was vast in geography, thin in population, and deeply entwined with indigenous nations. The story begins in the early 16th century, when Jacques Cartier sailed under the French flag to explore the Gulf of St. Lawrence. In 1534 and later voyages, he claimed the land for France, and traveled as far as modern-day Quebec. Though his settlements failed, Cartier's journeys laid the groundwork for later exploration. Almost a century passed before France truly returned, but when it did, it planted roots that would endure. In 1608, Samuel de Champlain founded Quebec City, a fortified settlement overlooking the St. Lawrence River. From this stronghold, French influence radiated across the interior of North America. The French vision was not one of dense colonies like England's, but of outposts strung along rivers and lakes, tied together by trade and diplomacy. Fur, especially beaver pelts, became the lifeblood of New France. European demand for hats and garments made from beaver felt drove a commerce that reached deep into the forests of Canada and beyond. This economy depended on partnership with native nations. Unlike Spain, whose empire was often marked by domination, the French understood their survival rested on cooperation. Champlain forged alliances with the Huron, Wendat, and Algonquin peoples, providing them with weapons and support against their enemies, particularly the Iroquois Confederacy. These alliances drew France into the complex web of indigenous rivalries and wars. Battles against the Iroquois would define much of New France's early history, binding the French to native allies through both blood and necessity. Jesuit missionaries also played a central role in France's presence. Known as the Black Robes for their austere dress, they ventured deep into indigenous communities, seeking to spread Christianity. Some adapted by learning local languages and living alongside native peoples, recording invaluable ethnographies of their hosts' customs and beliefs. Others demanded complete conversion, condemning traditional practices. Their presence was both admired and resented, sparking conflicts but also exchanges of knowledge and culture. Geography gave France a unique empire. From Quebec and Montreal, explorers pushed westward, following the Great Lakes, rivers, and forests. Étienne Brulé, Jean Nicolet, and later explorers ventured into the heart of the continent. By the late 17th century, René Robert Cavelier, Sieur de la Salle, journeyed down the Mississippi River, claiming its vast basin for France and naming it Louisiana in honor of King Louis XIV. With this claim, France held dominion, at least on paper, over a third of North America, stretching from the Gulf of Mexico to the Great Lakes, from the Appalachians to the Rockies. Yet New France was fragile. Unlike England's colonies, which drew tens of thousands of settlers, French immigration was limited. Harsh winters, rigid policies at home, and limited opportunities discouraged mass migration. By the 1700s, New France had only tens of thousands of settlers, compared to hundreds of thousands in British America. Instead, France relied on close ties with indigenous peoples to extend its reach, often through intermarriage, trade, and cultural blending. The coureurs de bois, French-Canadian traders who lived among native communities, became symbols of this mingling, moving between worlds with ease. This entanglement with native peoples was both France's strength and its weakness. It allowed the French to spread influence far beyond their numbers, but it also bound their fate to alliances they could not always control. When native nations shifted loyalties or suffered from disease and war, French power wavered. Culturally, New France was a unique blend. French language, Catholicism, and European traditions mingled with native practices and knowledge. From indigenous allies, the French learned how to navigate rivers by canoe, how to survive winters with snowshoes, and how to adapt to the rhythms of the land. In turn, they brought new tools, goods, and ideas that reshaped native life. For decades, France and England coexisted uneasily in North America, their rival empires separated by forests and rivers. But as English colonies grew stronger and more populous, competition sharpened. Skirmishes between French and English settlers, often fought through native allies, foreshadowed the great wars to come. By the early 18th century, France's North American empire stretched wide but remained thin, a web of forts and alliances rather than dense colonies. Its strength lay in diplomacy, mobility, and trade. Its vulnerability lay in its limited manpower and reliance on partners. The French in the New World carved out a distinct path, one less visible than Spain's golden cathedrals or England's bustling towns, but no less significant. For in the forests of Canada, along the rivers of the Mississippi, and in the bayous of Louisiana, a French world took shape, fragile, resilient, and deeply entangled with the peoples who had called these lands home long before Europeans arrived. This world would endure for 2 centuries, until war and empire would again transform the balance of power in America. By the dawn of the 17th century, England looked westward with restless ambition. Spain had grown wealthy. From silver and gold, France had secured vast rivers and forests, and England, though powerful on the seas, lagged behind in the race for colonies. Yet across the Atlantic lay an opportunity, a land not of golden cities, as the conquistadors had dreamed, but of soil, forests, and survival. What the English sought was not sudden riches, but footholds, permanent colonies that could carry their culture, language, and ambitions into a new world. The first attempt came with mystery and failure. In 1587, more than 100 settlers arrived at Roanoke Island, off the coast of present-day North Carolina, under the sponsorship of Sir Walter Raleigh. They carved out a fragile settlement in the wilderness, but when supply ships returned 3 years later, the colony had vanished. Houses stood empty, fields untended, and the word Croatan was carved into a tree, a cryptic clue to their fate. No trace of the colonists was ever found. The lost colony of Roanoke became one of history's enduring enigmas, a haunting reminder of the perils of early colonization. Despite this failure, the dream persisted. In 1607, a group of English settlers established Jamestown, in the Tidewater region of Virginia. Backed by the Virginia Company of London, their goal was profit, finding gold, cultivating resources, and establishing a permanent settlement. The reality was far harsher. Swamps bred disease, food was scarce, and the settlers, many of them unprepared gentlemen unused to manual labor, struggled to survive. Only the leadership of figures like Captain John Smith and the tenuous aid of the Powhatan Confederacy kept them alive. Even then, famine and conflict nearly destroyed the colony. The winter of 1609 to 1610 became known as the Starving Time, when only a fraction of the settlers survived. Yet Jamestown endured, and from its endurance, a new chapter of America began. Salvation came not from gold, but from the soil, tobacco, Introduced by John Rolfe, tobacco grew well in Virginia's climate and quickly became a lucrative export. Demand in Europe soared, transforming Virginia into a plantation colony. But with this prosperity came dependency on labor, first from indentured servants, poor Europeans who worked under contract, and later from enslaved Africans, marking the beginning of a system that would shape America's future in profound and painful ways. As Jamestown stabilized, more English colonies followed. Pilgrims seeking religious freedom crossed on the Mayflower in 1620, landing at Plymouth in Massachusetts. Unlike Jamestown, their motives were spiritual as much as economic. Harsh winters and scarce resources tested their resolve, but alliances with the Wampanoag people and a communal determination allowed them to survive. The story of their first harvest feast, later remembered as Thanksgiving, entered American mythology, though the reality was far more complex, entangled in fragile diplomacy and looming tensions. Over the next decades, England planted colonies up and down the Atlantic coast. Massachusetts Bay became a stronghold of Puritan vision. Maryland offered a refuge for Catholics. Pennsylvania, under William Penn, welcomed Quakers and diverse settlers. And Georgia emerged as a buffer against Spanish Florida. By the mid-17th century, 13 colonies stretched from New England's rocky shores to the marshes of the Carolinas, each with its own character, economy, and identity. What bound them together was both opportunity and struggle. Colonists battled wilderness and disease, built towns and farms, and developed systems of self-government. Colonial assemblies gave settlers a taste of political voice, even under the overarching authority of the crown. Yet tensions simmered, with native peoples displaced from their lands, with enslaved Africans forced into labor, and with imperial authorities demanding obedience while colonists hungered for autonomy. The English colonies were not the grand cities of Spain's New World, nor the sprawling trade networks of France. They were, instead, experiments in endurance and adaptation, small footholds that slowly grew into societies. Timber, fish, tobacco, and trade sustained them. Families, congregations, and communities gave them identity. In their town halls and churches, seeds of self-rule were planted. By the 1700s, these colonies had become deeply rooted, no longer fragile outposts, but societies in their own right. England had crossed the Atlantic not for fleeting adventure, but for permanence. What began at Roanoke in mystery and at Jamestown in desperation had blossomed into settlements that would one day stand at the center of a revolution. For now, though, they were still young, colonies bound to their mother country, shaped by hope, hardship, and ambition. England's crossing of the Atlantic was the beginning of a story that would not only change America, but also redefine the very nature of empire and liberty. The English colonies along the Atlantic seaboard were never just about profit. For some, they were about faith, freedom, and the search for a new beginning. Among the most famous of these seekers were the Pilgrims and the Puritans, groups whose journeys and struggles left an indelible mark on the story of early America. Their tale is not only one of religious devotion, but also of survival, conflict, and the forging of community in a harsh and unfamiliar land. The Pilgrims were a small sect of English separatists who believed the Church of England was beyond redemption. Persecuted at home, they fled first to the Netherlands, where they lived among the Dutch for a time. Yet they longed for a place of their own, where they could preserve their English identity while practicing their faith freely. In 1620, a group of them secured passage aboard a small, creaking vessel, the Mayflower, and set sail across the Atlantic. Their voyage was perilous. Crowded conditions, storms, and disease plagued the passengers. By the time they sighted land, many were sick and supplies were dwindling. They had aimed for Virginia, but the winds carried them farther north to the shores of Cape Cod. There, in the cold November air, they faced the daunting prospect of survival in an unknown wilderness. Before setting foot on land, they drafted the Mayflower Compact, a brief but significant document pledging cooperation and self-governance. Signed by 41 men, it bound the settlers into a civil body politic, an agreement to work together for survival. Though modest, it was a step toward the democratic practices that would later define America. The Pilgrims founded Plymouth Colony, their first winter marked by suffering. Disease and hunger claimed nearly half their number, yet survival came through fragile alliances. The Wampanoag people, led by Massasoit, extended aid, teaching the settlers how to grow corn, where to fish, and how to endure the harsh climate. Squanto, a native man who spoke English, played a crucial role as translator and mediator. The harvest feast of 1621, later remembered as the First Thanksgiving, symbolized a brief period of cooperation, though relations would not remain peaceful forever. A decade later, a much larger wave of settlers arrived, the Puritans, seeking not separation from the Church of England, but its purification. Backed by the Massachusetts Bay Company, they envisioned a colony rooted in faith and discipline, a city upon a hill that would shine as a model of godly living. John Winthrop, their governor, preached this vision during the voyage, declaring that the eyes of the world would be upon them. The Puritans established Massachusetts Bay Colony in 1630, and unlike the small band of Pilgrims, they arrived in great numbers. Thousands poured across the Atlantic in the Great Migration of the 1630s, building towns, farms, and churches with astonishing speed. Their settlements, centered around meeting houses, reflected their devotion to community and order. Life was austere, guided by scripture and enforced by strict laws. Education was prized, as every believer was expected to read the Bible. Schools and eventually Harvard College were founded to train ministers and leaders. Yet, Puritan society was also rigid and often intolerant. Dissenters who challenged authority or doctrine were punished or expelled. Roger Williams, who advocated for separation of church and state, was banished and went on to found Rhode Island, a haven for religious freedom. Anne Hutchinson, who challenged the role of ministers and claimed direct revelation from God, was also cast out. These conflicts revealed both the strength and the limits of Puritan ideals. A devotion to principle, but little tolerance for difference. Relations with native peoples grew increasingly strained. As more settlers arrived, they pressed into indigenous lands, disrupting traditional ways of life. tensions boiled into violence, culminating in conflicts such as the Pequot War of 1636 to 1637. Initial cooperation, like that seen at Plymouth, gave way to suspicion and hostility as colonial expansion demanded more land. The seeds of future wars were already being sown. Despite these tensions, the Pilgrims and Puritans shaped the identity of New England. Their emphasis on community, education, hard work, and faith left deep cultural legacies. Town meetings and colonial assemblies nurtured habits of self-governance. Their struggles against hardship and their insistence on moral purpose became part of the mythology of America's origins. The stories of the Mayflower, the Compact, the City upon a Hill, these became touchstones for later generations, invoked in moments of crisis and hope. Yet behind the mythology lay a harsher reality: fragile survival, cultural conflict, and the complex, often tragic encounters between Europeans and native peoples. The Pilgrims and Puritans did not found America, but they left their mark on its imagination. They were among the first to dream of new beginnings across the sea, to bind faith and community into the fabric of settlement. Their world was one of prayer and struggle, vision and contradiction. In their search for freedom, they created both refuge and rigidity, harmony and division. It was in this paradox, between liberty and control, between survival and expansion, that the English colonies began to grow into something larger than anyone could have foreseen. By the mid-17th century, what had begun as scattered outposts of survival had grown into a chain of settlements stretching along the Atlantic coast, from the rocky shores of New England to the fertile fields of the South. The English had established a diverse collection of colonies, 13 in all, that would one day form the foundation of the United States. Yet in these early centuries, they were not a united people, but distinct societies, each shaped by its geography, economy, and purpose. In the Chesapeake region, Virginia and Maryland thrived on tobacco. The rich soil and humid climate made the crop enormously profitable, and soon vast plantations spread across the landscape. Indentured servants, poor Europeans who signed contracts to work for years in exchange for passage, labored in the fields, but over time they were replaced by enslaved Africans whose bondage became the backbone of Southern wealth. The Chesapeake was a land of wealth and hierarchy, where powerful planters dominated politics and society, and where the institution of slavery began to take root deeply. To the north in New England, a very different world emerged. Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, and New Hampshire were shaped by the Puritan vision of faith and community. Towns were clustered around meeting houses and schools. Fields were smaller, and the rocky soil yielded less wealth from farming. Instead, New Englanders turned to trade, fishing, and shipbuilding. Harbors bustled with activity, sending goods across the Atlantic. Education was widespread, literacy high, and local governance robust, with town meetings giving voice to free men in decisions of daily life. The Puritan emphasis on discipline and moral order left its mark on every aspect of society, though dissenters carved out alternative spaces like Rhode Island, where tolerance thrived. Further south, the Middle Colonies, New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and Delaware, were marked by diversity. New York, once Dutch New Amsterdam, remained a hub of commerce, with bustling docks and a cosmopolitan population. Pennsylvania, founded by William Penn as a Quaker refuge, became a haven of religious tolerance and relative equality. Fertile farmland and river valleys made the middle colonies prosperous, producing wheat and grain that earned them the title, the breadbasket of America. Here, cultures, languages, and religions mingled. Dutch, English, German, Swedes, Catholics, Quakers, Jews, and others lived side by side, creating a pluralism rare in Europe. In the South, beyond the Chesapeake, colonies like the Carolinas and Georgia developed economies based on rice, indigo, and later cotton. These crops required intensive labor, and from the beginning, the plantation system relied heavily on enslaved Africans. Coastal elites grew wealthy from exports, while the backcountry remained rugged, home to small farmers, hunters, and frontiersmen. Georgia, the last of the colonies, was founded partly as a buffer against Spanish Florida, and as a place for debtors to start anew. It quickly followed the southern model of plantation agriculture, entwining its fate with slavery. Despite their differences, all 13 colonies shared common threads. They were shaped by the promise of land, opportunity, and autonomy, things scarce in crowded Europe. They developed assemblies and charters that gave settlers a voice, even under the overarching authority of the English crown. Though subject to governors and royal officials, colonists grew accustomed to making decisions for themselves, a habit that would later prove fateful. The colonies were also bound together by commerce. Ships crisscrossed the Atlantic in what became known as the triangular trade. Manufactured goods from Europe to Africa, enslaved people from Africa to the Americas, and raw materials, sugar, tobacco, rice, and furs, back to Europe. New England merchants grew rich from shipping and trade, while southern planters relied on the sale of crops abroad. The Atlantic world linked colonists to faraway markets, cultures, and conflicts. Yet beneath the prosperity lay tension. Native peoples, displaced by expansion, resisted through war and diplomacy. Colonists, often hungry for more land, pushed deeper into the interior, sparking clashes. Slavery, though present across all colonies, grew most entrenched in the South, creating stark divisions in society. Religion, too, varied widely, from Puritan orthodoxy in New England to Quaker tolerance in Pennsylvania, to Anglican dominance in Virginia. Still, by the early 1700s, the colonies were no longer fragile experiments, but enduring societies. They had weathered disease, famine, and war. They had built towns, farms, and ports. They had created economies that sustained families and fortunes. And while each colony remained distinct, New England pious and industrious, the middle colonies diverse and commercial, the South hierarchical and agricultural, together they formed a patchwork of English America along the coast of a vast, untamed continent. These 13 colonies were still deeply loyal to England, proud of their heritage, and eager for protection and trade. Yet within their independence of daily life and their diversity of experience lay the seeds of something new. Out of tobacco fields and Puritan towns, out of Quaker assemblies and Carolina plantations, a collective identity was slowly, almost imperceptibly, beginning to take shape. It would take wars, taxes, and revolution to forge them into one, but already the roots were growing deep. The 13 colonies were no longer fragile beginnings. They were a world of their own, preparing, though none yet knew it, to become something greater. From the very beginning, the English colonies pressed against the lands of native peoples. The forests, rivers, and fields that sustained indigenous nations for centuries were suddenly claimed by settlers eager to farm, fence, and expand. At first, there was cautious diplomacy, fragile trade, and sometimes genuine cooperation. But as the numbers of colonists grew and their hunger for land deepened, tension turned to war. The history of early America cannot be told without these struggles. Moments of violence, betrayal, and resistance, where native peoples fought to defend their homelands against the tide of colonization. In Virginia, the Powhatan Confederacy was among the first to clash with English settlers. At Jamestown, Powhatan and his people initially provided food and aid to the struggling colonists, recognizing potential allies and trading partners. But as settlers demanded more land and resources, relations soured. The First Anglo-Powhatan War broke out in 1609, a brutal conflict marked by raids and destruction. Though a temporary peace followed, sealed by the marriage of Pocahontas to John Rolfe, violence soon flared again. The Second and Third Anglo-Powhatan Wars devastated the Confederacy. By the mid-1600s, the Powhatan people were forced onto smaller lands, their power broken, a pattern that would repeat across the continent. Farther north in New England, the Pequot War of 1636 to 1637 revealed the deadly scale of conflict. Tensions between the Pequot people and English settlers over trade and territory erupted into open war. The climax came at the Mystic Massacre, when English forces and their native allies surrounded a Pequot village, setting it ablaze and killing hundreds. The violence shocked the region. For the English, it marked their dominance. For the Pequots, it was near destruction. Survivors were enslaved, sold to the Caribbean, or absorbed into other tribes. It was an early example of how wars of survival became wars of annihilation. Later in the century, the most devastating conflict in New England erupted: King Philip's War, 1675 to 1676. Metacom, called King Philip by the English, was a Wampanoag leader who sought to resist colonial expansion. Joined by other tribes, his warriors attacked settlements across Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and Connecticut, burning towns and striking fear into colonists. The English responded with equal ferocity, destroying villages, killing men, women, and children alike. By the war's end, thousands on both sides were dead. Entire native communities were shattered, and Metacom himself was killed and dismembered, his head displayed as a warning. It was one of the bloodiest wars in proportion to population ever fought in North America, leaving scars that would never fully heal. These wars were not isolated. Across the colonies, native peoples resisted in countless ways. Some fought directly, waging war to defend their territories. Others used diplomacy, forging alliances with Europeans against rival tribes or other colonial powers. The Iroquois Confederacy, for example, skillfully balanced relations with the English and French, using trade and negotiation to preserve their power for much of the 17th century. Yet even diplomacy carried risks, as shifting loyalties often drew native nations into imperial wars not of their making. Disease was the silent enemy, weakening native societies even before battles were fought. Smallpox, measles, and influenza swept through villages, killing leaders, elders, and children, unraveling social structures. Some communities lost more than half their population within a generation, leaving them vulnerable to conquest. For survivors, resistance became harder, though no less determined. To the colonists, these wars were often framed as struggles of civilization against savagery, a justification for further expansion. To native peoples, they were wars of survival, fought to protect homelands, traditions, and sovereignty. In truth, they were both, a clash of cultures, economies, and visions of land. For Europeans, land was property to be owned and fenced. For indigenous peoples, it was life itself, shared and sacred. By the end of the 1600s, the balance of power had shifted decisively toward the colonists. Native nations still held influence, especially in the interior, but along the coasts, the tide of English settlement had become overwhelming. Fields and villages rose where forests once stood. Rivers that had sustained native peoples for centuries now carried ships filled with goods for Europe. Treaties, often signed under duress, reduced territories. Yet resistance never vanished. Even in defeat, native peoples endured, adapting, preserving traditions, and finding new ways to survive in a transformed world. They remained a force that colonists could not ignore, their alliances and rivalries shaping wars and politics well into the 18th century. The story of native resistance is not only one of tragedy, but of resilience. Though many nations suffered loss and destruction, they carried forward their identities, their languages, and their heritage. Their struggles remind us that America was not simply a European creation imposed upon empty land, but a contested ground where indigenous peoples fought, adapted, and survived against overwhelming odds. In these conflicts, a pattern was set. The expansion of English colonies meant the dispossession of native peoples. It was a cycle that would repeat across centuries, but in the 1600s, it was already clear. The roots of colonial America were planted in both cooperation and conflict, in fragile peace and brutal war. And in that struggle, the destiny of a continent began to unfold. By the early 18th century, the English colonies along the Atlantic coast were no longer fragile outposts struggling to survive. They had grown into vibrant societies, each with its own rhythms, economies, and cultures. To walk through the colonies in these years was to witness a world both familiar and strange, a patchwork of towns and farms, plantations and frontier cabins, markets filled with goods from across the Atlantic, and households where the daily toil of survival blended with hopes for prosperity. In New England, life revolved around community and faith. Villages were clustered around a meeting house, where both church services and town assemblies took place. The Puritan legacy still shaped daily life: strict moral codes, communal responsibility, and an emphasis on education. Literacy was widespread, as reading the Bible was considered essential. Boys attended local schools, while girls were taught at home, though women's education remained limited. Work was constant. Men farmed small plots, fished the abundant seas, or cut timber for trade. Women managed households, cooked, spun cloth, and raised children. The rhythm of the seasons dictated the pace of life, but towns also bustled with merchants, artisans, and sailors engaged in Atlantic trade. In the middle colonies, diversity defined society. New York, Philadelphia, and other towns bustled with markets where Dutch, English, Germans, Swedes, and others mingled. Pennsylvania, under William Penn's Quaker principles, became a refuge for religious tolerance, attracting Catholics, Jews, and dissenting Protestants. Farms in the fertile valleys produced wheat and grain that fed the colonies and fueled trade. Social life was less rigid than in New England. Communities were pluralistic, shaped by many languages, customs, and beliefs. Cities like Philadelphia emerged as cultural centers, with printing presses, libraries, and intellectual exchange. Benjamin Franklin, with his experiments and writings, embodied this spirit of curiosity and enterprise. In the southern colonies, daily life was defined by plantations and slavery. Wealthy planters lived in grand houses, their status built on the labor of enslaved Africans who worked in fields of tobacco, rice, and indigo. These plantations were worlds unto themselves, isolated yet powerful, exporting goods to Europe and importing luxuries. Beneath the planter elite, smaller farmers struggled on modest plots, while poor settlers eked out survival on the frontier. For enslaved Africans, life was harsh and brutal. They endured long hours of labor under oppressive conditions, their families often torn apart. Yet even under bondage, enslaved people preserved traditions, music, and beliefs, creating new cultures that blended African heritage with the realities of America. Everywhere in the colonies, life was marked by hard work. Survival demanded labor from dawn to dusk, clearing land, tending animals, spinning wool, cooking meals over open hearths, repairing tools, or building homes. Children worked alongside parents, learning trades or skills from a young age. Leisure was rare but cherished. Festivals, fairs, church gatherings, and communal celebrations broke the monotony. In New England, winter brought husking bees and storytelling. In the South, dances and hunting offered respite. Colonial society was hierarchical, but more fluid than Europe. Wealth, race, and gender determined status, yet land ownership and enterprise allowed some to rise. Merchants, artisans, and farmers could achieve prosperity, though women remained largely confined to domestic roles and political power rested in male hands. Religion was central, but varied widely. Puritan strictness in Massachusetts, Quaker tolerance in Pennsylvania, Anglican dominance in Virginia, and countless sects in between. This variety fostered both conflict and resilience, laying groundwork for the later ideals of religious freedom. The colonies were also deeply connected to the Atlantic world. Ships carried sugar, rum, tobacco, furs, and enslaved people in the triangular trade linking Europe, Africa, and the Americas. News, fashions, and ideas traveled across the ocean, connecting colonial towns to London, Paris, and beyond. Coffee houses and taverns became centers of conversation where colonists debated politics and exchanged news from abroad. Though geographically distant, the colonies were part of a global web, influenced by events thousands of miles away. Yet daily life was not without danger. Disease was ever present. Smallpox, malaria, and yellow fever claimed lives regularly. Fires swept through wooden towns. On the frontiers, conflict with native peoples remained a constant threat. Life expectancy was shorter than today, and infant mortality high. But families persisted, communities thrived, and generations grew, laying down roots that would endure. By the mid-17th century, colonial society had developed a distinctive identity. It was English, yet not fully, diverse, yet interconnected, bound to the crown, yet accustomed to a degree of autonomy. Colonists worked, worshipped, and dreamed on their own terms. They were subjects of a distant king, but in their daily lives they governed themselves, solved their own disputes, and shaped their own destinies. It was in the ordinary rhythms of daily life, the planting of fields, the building of towns, the debates in meeting houses, that the foundations of something extraordinary were laid. Long before revolution or independence, the colonies had already become a world apart, a society with its own character, quietly preparing for the storms to come. If there is one thread that runs darkly through the history of colonial America, it is the story of slavery. From the first arrival of enslaved Africans in Virginia in 1619 to the bustling ports of Charleston and the rice fields of the Carolinas, slavery became not only a feature of colonial life, but a foundation of its economy and society. The Atlantic world was built on chains, human beings torn from their homes, sold across oceans, and forced into lives of unrelenting labor. The transatlantic slave trade was vast and brutal. European ships sailed to the coasts of West Africa, where captives were purchased or seized, often in wars fueled by the trade itself. They were packed tightly into the holds of ships in a journey known as the Middle Passage. Conditions were horrific. Men, women, and children chained together in darkness, starved, beaten, and suffocated. Disease spread quickly. Many died before ever reaching the Americas. Survivors emerged into a new world of bondage, stripped of freedom, but not of humanity. In the English colonies, slavery grew rapidly, especially in the South. The plantation system, with its demand for labor-intensive crops, tobacco in Virginia and Maryland, rice and indigo in the Carolinas, made enslaved Africans essential to colonial wealth. By the 1700s, hundreds of thousands had been brought to British America, their forced labor sustaining economies across the Atlantic. In cities like Charleston, Newport, and New York, enslaved people worked not only in fields, but in households, workshops, and docks. Slavery was not confined to the South alone. It was woven into the fabric of all the colonies. The system was reinforced by law. Colonial assemblies passed codes that defined enslaved people as property, stripped them of legal rights, and imposed harsh punishments for resistance. Families could be separated at an owner's whim, marriages unrecognized, children sold away. Freedom was denied not only in practice, but in principle, enshrined in the very structures of colonial law. The paradox was stark. Colonies that cherished self-government and liberty built their prosperity on the denial of both to others. Yet enslaved Africans were never passive victims. They resisted in countless ways, through rebellion, escape, sabotage, and the preservation of culture. Some fled to maroon communities hidden in swamps and forests, living in defiance of colonial power. Others revolted openly, as in the Stono Rebellion of 1739 in South Carolina, when dozens of enslaved people rose up, killing colonists before being brutally suppressed. More often, resistance was quiet but enduring, singing songs that carried memory and hope, telling stories that preserved identity, practicing faiths that blended African traditions with Christianity, and nurturing families despite constant threat of separation. The culture that emerged was rich and resilient. African rhythms, languages, and traditions blended with new experiences, creating unique forms of music, food, and spirituality. From spirituals sung in fields to the shaping of Gullah culture in the Low Country, enslaved peoples carved out spaces of humanity amid oppression. Their survival was an act of resistance in itself. Slavery was not only an American phenomenon, but part of a vast Atlantic system. The triangular trade linked continents together. European goods exchanged for African captives. Enslaved people transported to the Americas. Raw materials like sugar, tobacco, and rice shipped back to Europe. This system enriched merchants in London, Lisbon, Amsterdam, and Boston alike. It fueled industries from shipbuilding to textiles. The Atlantic world of the 17th and 18th centuries was inseparable from the forced labor of millions. Some voices in the colonies spoke out. Quakers in Pennsylvania condemned slavery as immoral. Individuals like Olaudah Equiano, an African who purchased his freedom, published narratives exposing the horrors of the trade. Yet these voices were few, often drowned out by the profits and justifications of planters and traders. Many colonists, including future leaders of independence, owned slaves themselves, living in contradiction with the ideals they would later proclaim. By the mid-18th century, slavery was entrenched. In the South, it defined every aspect of society, creating a wealthy planter elite and a vast underclass in bondage. In the North, it was less visible, but still present, woven into trade, households, and industry. The labor of enslaved Africans was not a marginal element of colonial life. It was central to the prosperity and growth of the colonies. This contradiction, the pursuit of liberty alongside the perpetuation of slavery, would haunt America from its birth. For now, in the colonial period, it was a fact of life, accepted by many, resisted by some, endured by millions. The Atlantic world was bound together by ships and trade, but also by suffering and resilience. The wealth of empires and colonies alike was built on the backs of enslaved people whose voices, though often silenced in official records, echoed in song, story, and survival. As the colonies moved closer to revolution, they carried within them this unresolved truth. They dreamed of freedom, yet lived upon unfreedom. They spoke of rights, yet denied them to others. This paradox would not be easily resolved, but in the fields and cabins, on plantations and in cities, enslaved men and women carried forward their own quiet revolution, the determination to endure, to remember, and one day to be free. By the mid-18th century, the map of North America was a patchwork of empires. Spain ruled the Southwest and Florida. France claimed the vast heartland from Canada down the Mississippi, and Britain's 13 colonies hugged the Atlantic coast. Between these powers stretched forests, rivers, and frontiers where native nations remained strong, forging alliances and defending their lands. Into this contested ground erupted a conflict that would decide the fate of a continent, the French and Indian War. Known in Europe as the 7 Years' War, This global struggle pitted Britain and France against one another from the Caribbean to India, from Africa to Europe. But in America, it was here, in forests and valleys, in forts and frontier towns, that the war took on a life of its own. It was a clash of empires, but also of peoples, French and British settlers, indigenous nations, and colonial militias, all caught in the storm of war. The spark came in the Ohio River Valley, a fertile region coveted by both Britain and France. British colonists, hungry for land, pushed westward, while France sought to link Canada with Louisiana through a chain of forts. In 1754, a young Virginian officer named George Washington led a small expedition to assert Britain's claims. His skirmish with French forces at Fort Duquesne, near present-day Pittsburgh, ignited a conflict that quickly spread beyond the frontier. At first, the war favored France. French forces, fewer in number but skilled in alliances, worked closely with native nations such as the Algonquin and Huron. Together they struck British forts, raided frontier settlements, and controlled key waterways. British colonists lived in fear as frontier villages were burned and families displaced. The wilderness became a battleground where ambushes and raids replaced traditional European tactics. Native nations were not mere pawns, but powerful actors. Many saw the French as lesser of two evils, for unlike the British, the French had not flooded the land with settlers. They built trading posts, intermarried, and often respected alliances. Yet allegiances were never fixed. The Iroquois Confederacy, for example, tried to remain neutral at first, later leaning toward Britain when it seemed advantageous. Indigenous diplomacy shaped the course of the war as much as European strategies. Britain, however, had resources France could not match. By 1757, under the leadership of Prime Minister William Pitt, Britain poured men, money, and ships into the conflict. Naval blockades cut off French supplies, while British armies, supported by colonial militias, began to seize key positions. In 1758, the capture of Louisbourg opened the gateway to Canada. In 1759, the climactic Battle of Quebec saw British General James Wolfe and French General Montcalm fall in combat, but Britain emerge victorious. With Quebec lost, France's hold on Canada crumbled. By 1763, the war ended with the Treaty of Paris. The results were sweeping. France ceded Canada and its claims east of the Mississippi to Britain, surrendering its North American empire. Spain, which had joined the war on France's side, gave Florida to Britain, but received Louisiana in return. Britain now controlled nearly all of eastern North America, its colonies stretching from the Atlantic to the Mississippi. Yet victory carried consequences. The war had been enormously expensive, leaving Britain in debt. To pay for empire, Parliament looked to the colonies for revenue, laying the groundwork for future conflict. Colonists, meanwhile, had fought and died in the war, and many expected rewards, especially land in the Ohio Valley. But the British Crown, wary of further native resistance, issued the Proclamation of 1763, forbidding settlement west of the Appalachians. Colonists saw this as betrayal. Native nations saw it as too little, too late. For native peoples, the outcome was devastating. Without French support, many were left to face an expanding British presence alone. Leaders like Pontiac, an Ottawa war chief, soon rose in resistance, sparking uprisings against forts and settlements in what became known as Pontiac's War. The struggle for native sovereignty did not end with the French surrender. It only entered a new, harsher phase. The French and Indian War reshaped the colonies as well. For the first time, colonists from New England to the Carolinas had fought side by side in a common cause. They had seen British military leadership up close, sometimes inspiring, often arrogant. They had learned the value of unity, and they had begun to sense their strength. The war created both dependence on Britain and a new confidence apart from it. Though they could not know it at the time, the war had set in motion the chain of events that would lead to revolution. Britain's debt, its attempts to tax the colonies, its efforts to control expansion, all were born from this victory. And the colonists' sense of shared experience, of identity beyond their individual colonies, began here as well. Thus, the French and Indian War was not only the end of France's empire in North America, it was the beginning of a new conflict, one not yet declared, between Britain and its own colonists. The forests and rivers where Britain triumphed over France would soon echo with another war cry: liberty. The French and Indian War had ended with Britain triumphant. Its empire stretched from the Atlantic to the Mississippi. But victory brought burdens. Britain was deep in debt, its treasury drained by years of global conflict. Parliament looked across the ocean to its colonies, not as partners who had fought and bled, but as subjects who must help pay the cost of empire. What began as measures to raise revenue soon grew into a crisis of trust, identity, and power. In these years, the seeds of revolution were planted. For decades, the colonies had enjoyed a degree of independence known as salutary neglect. London was far away, and though governors and royal officials held authority, colonial assemblies managed much of daily life. Colonists grew used to self-rule, passing local laws, levying taxes, and shaping their communities. They considered themselves loyal subjects of the crown, but also free Englishmen entitled to the rights of representation and liberty. After 1763, that balance shifted. To cover war debts and maintain troops in America, Parliament introduced new taxes and restrictions. The Sugar Act of 1764 placed duties on imported goods like molasses and sugar, tightening control over colonial trade. More controversial still was the Stamp Act of 1765, which required that legal documents, newspapers, playing cards, even dice, bear a taxed stamp. For colonists, this was not just an economic burden, but a political insult. Taxes imposed without their consent, levied by a distant parliament in which they had no representatives. The outcry was immediate. Merchants boycotted British goods, lawyers and printers denounced the tax, and ordinary citizens protested in the streets. The cry of "no taxation without representation" echoed across towns and ports. In Boston, New York, and Philadelphia, effigies of tax collectors were burned, and crowds forced officials to resign. A new group, the Sons of Liberty, organized resistance, spreading pamphlets and rallying the public. For the first time, colonists from different regions coordinated protests, uniting in defense of shared principles. Britain, taken aback by the intensity of resistance, repealed the Stamp Act in 1766. Yet it asserted its authority with the Declaratory Act, insisting that Parliament had the right to legislate for the colonies in all cases whatsoever. Far from resolving tensions, repeal left a deeper wound. Colonists had discovered their power when united, and Britain had revealed its determination to dominate. Conflict continued to simmer. The Townshend Acts of 1767 imposed new duties on imported glass, paper, paint, and tea. Colonists responded with renewed boycotts, women leading the way by producing homespun cloth to replace British textiles. These acts of resistance were both practical and symbolic, a declaration that colonists could provide for themselves, independent of imperial dictates. Tensions were not only political, but also cultural. Colonists saw themselves as loyal Englishmen, heirs to traditions of Magna Carta and common law. Yet they were treated as second-class subjects. British soldiers stationed in the colonies often clashed with townsfolk. In 1770, this friction exploded in Boston when soldiers fired into a crowd, killing 5 colonists in what patriots called the Boston Massacre. Paul Revere's engraving and Samuel Adams' fiery words spread outrage, cementing Boston as a center of resistance. Even as tensions rose, many colonists hoped for reconciliation. They petitioned the king, appealed to Parliament, and sought compromise. But each new measure from London seemed only to widen the gulf. The Tea Act of 1773, designed to rescue the struggling East India Company by granting it monopoly rights, became the next flashpoint. Colonists saw it not as relief, but as another intrusion. That winter, men disguised as Mohawk Indians boarded ships in Boston Harbor and dumped 342 chests of tea into the water. The Boston Tea Party was an act of defiance heard across the empire. Britain's response was swift and harsh. The coercive acts of 1774, known in America as the Intolerable Acts, closed Boston Harbor, restricted town meetings, and placed Massachusetts under military rule. To colonists, this was tyranny unmasked. In response, delegates from 12 colonies gathered in Philadelphia for the First Continental Congress, a bold step toward unity. There they pledged to resist, to boycott British goods, and to prepare for defense if needed. The seeds of revolution were no longer scattered, but taking root. Colonists who once thought of themselves as proud Englishmen now began to imagine something different. A people united not by empire, but by liberty. They were not yet ready to declare independence, but the path was set. What began as protests over taxes had become a larger struggle about rights, representation, and the nature of authority. Could a distant parliament rule without consent? Could free men be taxed without a voice? Could soldiers occupy towns without the people's will? These questions, once abstract, now shape daily life. The French and Indian War had given Britain new lands and power, but it also set in motion the conflict that would unravel its empire. In taverns and town halls, in sermons and newspapers, the talk was no longer of loyalty, but of liberty. The soil was rich, and the seeds of revolution had been planted deep. Soon they would grow into a storm. In 1765, Parliament passed a law that would transform colonial unrest into organized resistance, the Stamp Act. On the surface, it seemed minor. attacks on paper goods, requiring legal documents, newspapers, pamphlets, contracts, playing cards, even dice, to bear an official stamp. But beneath its ink lay a principle colonists could not accept: taxation without representation. For the first time, Parliament had directly imposed a tax within the colonies, bypassing their assemblies. To London, it was reasonable. To Americans, it was tyranny. The reaction was swift and fierce. Newspapers thundered with denunciations, pamphlets circulated arguments, and fiery speeches roused the people. Patrick Henry of Virginia warned the House of Burgesses, "If this be treason, make the most of it." Across the colonies, ordinary men and women found their voices, declaring that their liberties were under siege. The Stamp Act struck not only lawyers and merchants, but also printers, farmers, sailors, everyone who needed paper to live and work. Suddenly, nearly all colonists felt the pinch of imperial power in their daily lives. Out of this storm rose a new force, the Sons of Liberty. Born in Boston, this secretive group of merchants, artisans, and radicals organized protests, intimidated tax collectors, and rallied resistance. Their methods were bold, sometimes violent. Effigies of stamp officials hung from trees, tar and feathers punished loyalist sympathizers, and mobs stormed offices to destroy stamps before they could be sold. Their message was clear: the Stamp Act would not be enforced. In taverns and meeting houses, the Sons of Liberty spread their cause, turning grievances into action. Samuel Adams, fiery of tongue and sharp of pen, became one of their leading voices. Paul Revere crafted engravings that carried their message far and wide. Ordinary tradesmen, sailors, and apprentices found themselves part of something larger, a movement that challenged not only a law, but the very structure of imperial authority. Resistance was not confined to Boston. In New York, Philadelphia, Charleston, and beyond, similar groups sprang up. Colonists began to see themselves not as isolated provinces, but as a united people. The Stamp Act crisis became the first truly continental movement, linking the fates of New England farmers, Virginia planters, and middle colony merchants. In October 1765, representatives from 9 colonies met in New York for the Stamp Act Congress, a remarkable gathering in which they declared that Parliament had no right to tax them without representation. Their petitions to the King and Parliament were polite but firm, rooted in the rights of Englishmen. For many, it was the first taste of intercolonial cooperation, the beginnings of a national identity. Meanwhile, economic pressure mounted. Merchants organized boycotts of British goods, refusing imports until the law was repealed. Women played a crucial role, producing homespun cloth, brewing substitutes for tea, and proving that resistance could be domestic as well as political. These boycotts hit British merchants hard, and they lobbied Parliament for change. The crisis came to a head in 1766. Faced with colonial defiance, economic disruption, and political division, Parliament repealed the Stamp Act. Celebrations erupted in the colonies: bonfires, speeches, and toasts to liberty. Bells rang, crowds cheered, and for a moment, harmony seemed restored. Yet even in repeal, Parliament passed the Declaratory Act, asserting its authority in all cases whatsoever. The message was unmistakable. Britain had yielded to pressure this time, but it would not surrender control. The Stamp Act crisis was more than a dispute over paper. It was a turning point. Colonists had discovered the power of unity, the effectiveness of boycotts, and the force of organized resistance. The Sons of Liberty, once a small band of agitators, had become a symbol of defiance across the colonies. Leaders emerged, networks strengthened, and a sense of shared purpose began to grow. But perhaps most importantly, the crisis shifted the debate from grievances to principles. Colonists were no longer simply asking for relief from taxes. They were demanding recognition of their rights. They insisted that liberty was not a gift from the crown, but an inherent right of free people. They had tasted the possibility of self-determination, and they would not forget it. In London, the repeal was seen as a retreat, but also as a warning. The colonies were restless, rebellious, and perhaps dangerous. In America, it was seen as proof that resistance could triumph. Between these perspectives lay a widening gulf. The Stamp Act had been a tax on paper, but its legacy was far weightier. It birthed the Sons of Liberty, fostered unity among the colonies, and planted the conviction that liberty must be defended at all costs. The seeds of revolution, once scattered, were now sprouting into something larger, an idea that would grow beyond protest into rebellion. If one city embodied the rising storm between Britain and its colonies, it was Boston, a bustling port with a proud tradition of independence. Boston became the beating heart of resistance, the place where tensions between imperial authority and colonial liberty erupted into open conflict. In its streets and taverns, in its harbors and meeting houses, events unfolded that would propel America toward revolution. After the repeal of the Stamp Act, colonists hoped for calm, but Parliament pressed forward with new measures. The Townshend Acts of 1767 placed duties on imported glass, paper, paint, and tea. Once again, colonists protested with boycotts, and once again Boston stood at the forefront. Merchants refused British goods, women spun homespun cloth, and the Sons of Liberty rallied the people. Parliament, determined to assert authority, sent troops to Boston in 1768 to enforce order. The presence of redcoats in the city was a constant provocation. Soldiers marched through the streets, their bright uniforms and bayonets reminders of imperial power. To many Bostonians, this was an occupation, not protection. Soldiers and civilians clashed in taverns and marketplaces, insults traded, fists thrown. Tensions simmered until March 5th, 1770, when they boiled over into blood. That evening, a crowd gathered near the custom house, jeering at a lone sentry. Snowballs and stones flew, reinforcements arrived, the mob swelled. In the chaos, shots rang out. When the smoke cleared, 5 colonists lay dead, including Crispus Attucks, a man of African and native descent. Patriots quickly dubbed it the Boston Massacre, a symbol of British tyranny and colonial sacrifice. Paul Revere's engraving of soldiers firing into an innocent crowd spread like wildfire, shaping public opinion across the colonies. Though the soldiers were later defended in court by John Adams and most acquitted, the damage was done. Trust between Boston and Britain lay shattered. For a time, tensions eased. Parliament repealed most of the Townshend duties, leaving only the tax on tea as a symbol of authority. But Boston remained restless, its people unwilling to accept even symbolic submission. The Tea Act of 1773, granting the British East India Company monopoly rights to sell tea in America, reignited anger. Colonists saw it as another trick to impose taxation without consent. On December 16, 1773, Boston struck back with one of history's most iconic acts of defiance. A group of men, many disguised as Mohawk Indians, boarded 3 ships in the harbor under cover of night. With deliberate purpose, they smashed open chests of tea and dumped them into the icy waters, 342 in all. The Boston Tea Party was not an outburst of chaos, but a calculated statement. The colonies would not submit. Crowds cheered from the docks as the harbor turned dark with tea, a costly blow to British authority. London's response was swift and punishing. The coercive acts of 1774, known in America as the Intolerable Acts, closed Boston Harbor until the destroyed tea was paid for, stripped Massachusetts of self-government, and placed it under military rule. General Thomas Gage, commander of British forces in North America, became governor. Soldiers quartered in private homes, assemblies dissolved, and freedom curtailed. To Britain, this was necessary discipline. To the colonists, it was tyranny unveiled. Rather than isolating Boston, the Intolerable Acts sparked solidarity. Colonies that had once viewed Massachusetts as radical now sent aid and support. Food and supplies poured into Boston from across America. The suffering of one colony became the cause of all. The First Continental Congress convened in Philadelphia that autumn, a united response to Britain's heavy hand. In Boston itself, resistance only deepened. Town meetings defied bans, militias drilled on commons, and secret stores of weapons and powder were gathered. Leaders like Samuel Adams and John Hancock became symbols of defiance, hunted by British authorities, yet celebrated by their neighbors. The city was a tinderbox, every patrol and protest a potential spark. Life in Boston during these years was tense and uncertain. The harbor, once alive with trade, grew quiet under blockade. Families struggled with shortages. Soldiers and citizens glared across streets, and whispers of war spread through taverns. The line between protest and rebellion blurred until it was no longer clear whether peace could be restored. Boston had become more than a city. It was a symbol. To Britain, it was a nest of sedition, a place to be punished into submission. To America, it was the vanguard of liberty, standing firm against oppression. The events that unfolded there, the massacre, the Tea Party, the Intolerable Acts, were not isolated moments, but steps in a growing march toward revolution. By 1775, the streets of Boston were poised for battle. Redcoats drilled in their barracks, militias trained in the countryside, and the air itself seemed charged with destiny. The turmoil in Boston was no longer about taxes or tea. It was about the fundamental question of who held authority in America. And soon, on the fields outside the city, that question would be answered with musket fire. By 1774, the quarrel between Britain and its colonies had grown into something deeper than disputes over taxes or trade. The crisis had become existential, a question of power, identity, and the very meaning of liberty. The Intolerable Acts, passed to punish Boston for the Tea Party, had backfired. Instead of isolating Massachusetts, they united the colonies in resistance. Across the seaboard, men and women who once thought of themselves as loyal subjects now began to imagine a future apart from the empire. The road toward independence was not yet straight, but its destination was becoming clearer. The First Continental Congress, convened in Philadelphia in September 1774, brought together delegates from 12 colonies. For weeks, they debated how to respond to Britain's crackdown. Conservatives urged caution, hoping for reconciliation. Radicals like Patrick Henry warned that submission meant slavery. In the end, the Congress agreed to petition the king, asserting loyalty while demanding repeal of the intolerable acts. But words were not their only weapon. They also organized a continental association, pledging non-importation, non-exportation, and non-consumption of British goods. It was an economic strike against the empire, enforced by local committees that became de facto governments. In towns and villages, these committees gained real power. They inspected shops, enforced boycotts, and punished loyalists. Ordinary people, farmers, artisans, women, participated in politics in ways unthinkable only years before. The colonies were not merely protesting. They were creating new structures of authority, parallel to Britain's own. Meanwhile, militias drilled on greens and commons, stockpiling powder and arms. Minutemen pledged to be ready at a moment's notice. Across New England, the countryside bristled with preparation. To British commanders, this was rebellion in all but name. General Thomas Gage, governor of Massachusetts, pleaded for reinforcements, warning London that the colonies were on the brink of open war. As winter gave way to spring in 1775, the air was thick with rumor and fear. In sermons and newspapers, voices spoke ever more boldly. Patrick Henry, addressing the Virginia Convention, gave words that electrified his listeners. "Give me liberty, or give me death." Across the colonies, men echoed the sentiment, convinced that liberty was worth any sacrifice. At the same time, loyalty still ran deep. Many colonists cherished their ties to Britain, proud to be part of an empire that spanned the globe. They hoped the king would intervene, restraining Parliament and restoring harmony. They did not yet seek independence, only recognition of their rights as Englishmen. But the gap between expectation and reality grew wider with each passing month. Britain, for its part, grew less willing to compromise. Leaders in London viewed the colonies as insubordinate children, needing firm discipline. Troops were dispatched, fleets prepared, and new measures readied to assert control. Few in Britain believed the colonists would dare full rebellion. Few understood the depth of anger or the strength of conviction building across the Atlantic. Daily life in America reflected this growing divide. Boycotts emptied shelves of British goods, replaced by homespun cloth and local produce. Taverns buzzed with debate, while pulpits thundered sermons linking liberty to divine will. Families found themselves split, brothers on opposite sides, fathers loyal to the crown while sons embraced resistance. The political had become personal, seeping into every household. By the spring of 1775, Massachusetts stood at the center of the storm. Boston remained under military occupation, its harbor closed, its citizens restless. In the countryside, militias gathered in defiance. Weapons and powder were stored at Concord, a fact known to Gage and his soldiers. Plans were made to seize them, to strike before rebellion grew. But news traveled quickly in New England, faster than the British imagined. Paul Revere and other riders were ready, their lanterns lit, their warnings carried through the night. The colonies were not yet independent, but they were no longer passive. They had petitioned, boycotted, and organized. They had built networks of communication and solidarity. They had discovered strength in unity. The moment of decision was coming. The road toward independence was paved with fear and hope, division and unity, anger and resolve. It was not a straight road, but a twisting path, filled with uncertainty. Yet by 1775, it was clear. The quarrel with Britain was no longer a dispute that could be mended with compromise. The colonies were moving, step by step, toward a break that would change the world. And soon, on the greens of Lexington and the roads of Concord, the first shots would be fired. The path toward independence would become a march of war. On the night of April 18th, 1775, the quiet countryside of Massachusetts stirred with whispers of destiny. British General Thomas Gage had ordered troops to march from Boston to Concord, a small town where colonial militias had hidden arms and supplies. The mission was to strike swiftly, to disarm rebellion before it could bloom. But the colonists were ready. Riders spread through the dark. Paul Revere, William Dawes, Samuel Prescott, warning at every door. The regulars are coming out. With each gallop, the night filled with urgency, a signal that the long-brewing conflict was about to ignite. By dawn on April 19th, British soldiers arrived at Lexington Green, where a small band of colonial militiamen, perhaps 70 in all, stood waiting. They were farmers, blacksmiths, and shopkeepers, not professional soldiers, their weapons old and mismatched. Facing them were hundreds of redcoats, drilled and disciplined. For a moment, silence hung between them. Then a shot cracked the air. No one knew from which side. That single spark unleashed chaos. Muskets flared, smoke filled the green, and when it cleared, 8 colonists lay dead. The world would remember it as the shot heard round the world. The British pressed onward to Concord, only to find the countryside alive with resistance. Militiamen streamed in from every town and village, answering the call of alarm. At the North Bridge, colonial fighters clashed with redcoats, forcing them into retreat. What had begun as a mission to seize supplies became a desperate march back to Boston, harried at every step by militias firing from trees, stone walls, and barns. The road was littered with the fallen red and blue coats alike. By the time the battered columns staggered into the safety of Boston, nearly 300 British soldiers were dead or wounded. The day changed everything. For years, colonists had protested, petitioned, and resisted, but many still clung to loyalty. Now blood had been spilled. The bond between colony and empire was severed not by words, but by musket fire. News of Lexington and Concord spread like wildfire, carried by riders and newspapers. From Virginia to New Hampshire, Americans understood. The war had begun. The response was immediate. Thousands of militiamen surrounded Boston, trapping the British Army inside the city. What began as scattered resistance became a siege. Farmers left their fields, merchants their shops, answering the call of liberty. From every colony, men prepared to fight. For the first time, The idea of America as a united people seemed possible, born out of necessity and sacrifice. The British, too, recognized the gravity of the moment. What had been intended as a simple display of authority had erupted into open rebellion. London now faced not scattered riots, but armed resistance. The empire, proud and vast, found itself at war with its own subjects. For the colonists, Lexington and Concord carried meaning far beyond the battlefield. The fallen were remembered as martyrs, their sacrifice sanctifying the cause of liberty. Sermons praised them as heroes, and poets immortalized their deeds. The message was clear. Ordinary people standing firm could resist the mightiest empire on earth. Yet the path ahead was uncertain. The militias were brave but untrained, their unity fragile. Supplies were scarce, leadership uncertain. Could farmers truly withstand Britain's seasoned armies? Could 13 diverse colonies remain united in the face of war? These questions hung heavy, but the die was cast. In the echo of that first shot lay the birth of a revolution. It reverberated across oceans, inspiring and alarming nations alike. Monarchs feared it, reformers celebrated it. The world watched as a band of colonies dared to challenge empire. The shot heard round the world was more than the sound of musket fire. It was the sound of an idea that liberty was worth fighting for, that common men could stand against kings, that history itself could be rewritten by those once dismissed as subjects. On the morning of April 19th, 1775, America's revolution began not with declarations or speeches, but with the crack of a gun on a village green and the courage of farmers who refused to bow. The battles of Lexington and Concord had turned protest into war, but they were only the opening act. In the spring of 1775, the colonies faced a daunting reality. They had declared nothing, built no formal army, and yet they stood against the most powerful empire on earth. The struggle was just beginning, and its outcome was far from certain. Within weeks, colonial militias surged to Boston, encircling the city in a loose siege. Thousands of farmers, tradesmen, and volunteers dug trenches, fortified hills, and prepared to starve out the British garrison. Boston became the first theater of a new war for liberty. On June 17, 1775, the conflict exploded at the Battle of Bunker Hill, fought on the slopes of Breed's Hill overlooking the city. The colonists, poorly supplied and outnumbered, built earthen defenses in the night. When British troops advanced in bright red ranks, the defenders held their fire until the enemy was close. Then, with a thunderous volley, they shattered the advancing lines. Twice the redcoats charged and were driven back. On the third assault, the colonists' powder ran low, and the British finally took the hill, but at a terrible cost. More than 1,000 British soldiers lay dead or wounded, compared to fewer than half as many colonists. The message was clear: America could fight, and even in defeat, it could stand with courage against empire. At the same time, the Second Continental Congress convened in Philadelphia. Delegates from across the colonies debated the path forward. Some, like John Adams, argued for decisive action and the creation of a continental army. Others, like John Dickinson, still sought reconciliation with Britain. In the end, the Congress chose both. It sent the Olive Branch petition to King George III, pleading for peace, while also appointing George Washington as commander of the new Continental Army. Washington's appointment was both symbolic and practical. A Virginian, he represented unity between North and South. Tall, dignified, and steady, he carried himself with the gravity of leadership. Yet he faced immense challenges. His army was little more than militias, brave but undisciplined, poorly armed, and unevenly trained. Supplies of powder, food, and clothing were scarce. Against them stood the professional British Army, backed by the world's strongest navy. Throughout 1775 and 1776, the struggle was as much about survival as victory. In Boston, Washington worked to forge order out of chaos, drilling his men, imposing discipline, and scrounging for supplies. In the winter, Henry Knox, a bookseller turned officer, hauled cannons from Fort Ticonderoga across frozen mountains, a feat of determination that allowed Washington to fortify Dorchester Heights. In March 1776, British troops, threatened by these new guns, evacuated Boston, sailing away under the jeers of American patriots. It was the Revolution's first major triumph. Yet the war was far from won. Britain regrouped, preparing to strike harder. Armies massed in Canada, threatening invasion from the north. Fleets gathered to retake control of American ports. Colonists braced for a long fight, their hopes mingled with fear. Beyond the battlefield, the struggle was waged in hearts and minds. Pamphlets and sermons carried the cause of liberty into every town. None had greater impact than Thomas Paine's Common Sense, published in January 1776. Written in fiery, plain language, it argued that monarchy was a system of tyranny, that reconciliation was folly, and that independence was both necessary and inevitable. "'Tis time to part," Paine declared, and his words electrified the colonies. Farmers, merchants, soldiers, and leaders alike felt the tide turning. Still, unity was fragile. Loyalists remained, men and women who clung to the crown out of conviction, caution, or fear. Families divided, neighbors quarreled, and violence sometimes flared between patriots and loyalists. The Revolution was not only a war against Britain, but also a civil war within America itself. By the summer of 1776, the struggle had evolved from defense to destiny. No longer were the colonies fighting simply for rights within the empire. They were moving toward the creation of something new. The war had begun with scattered militias and improvised battles. Now it was becoming a movement of nations, fueled by conviction and bound for independence. The early months of struggle tested the colonies and proved their resilience. They revealed Washington's steady hand, the courage of ordinary men, and the power of ideas to ignite action. The war for America had begun not with a single battle, but with a determination that spread like fire across a continent. The path ahead was uncertain, the enemy strong, the sacrifices heavy. But the colonists had crossed a line from which there was no return. They had taken up arms, spilled blood, and declared by their deeds that liberty was worth the risk of everything. The struggle had begun, and it would carry them through triumph and defeat to the birth of a nation. By the summer of 1776, the colonies stood at a crossroads. For more than a year, they had fought Britain in open battle at Lexington and Concord, at Bunker Hill, in the Siege of Boston, yet still they had not declared themselves free. Many hoped for reconciliation. Petitions had been sent, appeals made, but each plea was answered with scorn. King George III rejected the olive branch petition and branded the colonists as rebels. Britain sent more troops, more ships, and hired Hessian mercenaries to crush the uprising. The illusion of compromise shattered. What remained was the choice of submission or independence. Momentum for separation built rapidly. Pamphlets, sermons, and speeches carried the argument to towns and villages. None struck deeper than Thomas Paine's common sense. With plain words and fiery conviction, Paine declared monarchy an absurd tyranny, unfit for a free people. The sun never shined on a cause of greater worth, he wrote. His pamphlet sold by the tens of thousands, convincing farmers, merchants, and soldiers that independence was not only possible, but necessary. In Philadelphia, the Second Continental Congress wrestled with the question. Delegates from every colony gathered in heated debate. John Adams pressed for independence with relentless energy. Others, more cautious, feared the consequences: defeat, chaos, the wrath of empire. But as British armies advanced, burning towns and tightening control, hesitation gave way to resolve. On June 7, 1776, Richard Henry Lee of Virginia introduced a resolution that these united colonies are, and of right ought to be, free and independent states. A committee was appointed to draft a declaration. At its head stood a tall, quiet Virginian, Thomas Jefferson. Over the course of days, Jefferson put pen to parchment, crafting words that would echo through centuries. He drew upon Enlightenment ideals, colonial grievances, and the deep conviction that liberty was a natural right. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, he wrote, proclaiming principles that transcended the moment, even as they stood in tension with the reality of slavery and inequality. The draft was debated, revised, and sharpened by Congress. On July 2nd, the Resolution for Independence passed. 2 days later, on July 4th, 1776, the Declaration of Independence was formally adopted. Bells rang in Philadelphia, cannons thundered, and crowds gathered to hear the words read aloud. For the first time, the colonies called themselves not subjects, but a nation, the United States of America. The Declaration was both a practical and a revolutionary act. Practically, it announced to the world that the colonies were no longer seeking reconciliation, but recognition. It invited allies, especially France, to join their cause. Philosophically, it proclaimed a new vision of government, one grounded in the consent of the governed and the rights of individuals. Kings ruled by blood and tradition. America declared that governments derived their power from the people and that tyranny could be overthrown. The reaction was electric. In towns across the colonies, the Declaration was read in public squares. Crowds cheered. Statues of the king were torn down. Loyalist symbols destroyed. Soldiers in the Continental Army, weary from months of struggle, drew fresh courage from the words. The revolution was no longer defensive. It was now a war for independence. Yet the risks were immense. By declaring independence, the colonies had committed treason against Britain. If defeated, their leaders faced the hangman's noose. John Hancock, signing his name in bold strokes, declared he wanted the king to read it without spectacles. Benjamin Franklin quipped, "We must all hang together, or most assuredly, we shall all hang separately." Humor masked the gravity of their choice. They had burned the bridge behind them. The world took notice. In Europe, monarchs watched with alarm and curiosity. Could a group of colonies truly defy one of the world's greatest powers? In France, where resentment of Britain ran deep, whispers of support grew louder. The American cause had announced itself, not only to its people, but to the world stage. For ordinary colonists, the Declaration was both inspiring and daunting. It spoke of equality and rights, yet many knew those promises were incomplete. Women, enslaved Africans, and native peoples were excluded from its vision. Still, the words carried a power that transcended the moment, planting ideals that future generations would seize upon. Declaring independence did not win the war. In many ways, it only made the struggle harder. Britain would fight with renewed determination, and the colonies would face defeats and hardships yet unimaginable. But July 4th, 1776, marked a transformation. The fight was no longer about resisting taxes or laws. It was about birthing a nation grounded in principles that would challenge the very foundations of power. In that declaration, penned in ink and sealed in blood, the colonies claimed their place in history. They dared to say that liberty was not the privilege of a few, but the right of all. They dared to say that governments existed for the people, not the other way around. And with that daring, they stepped into a storm that would test them beyond measure, but also define them forever. Independence had been declared, but words on parchment could not make a nation. Only struggle, sacrifice, and perseverance could do that. In the years that followed July 4th, 1776, the United States of America existed more in spirit than in fact. A fragile idea tested by war, hardship, and doubt. Yet, through battles lost and won, through hunger and hope, the colonies forged themselves into something new. By the end of the Revolution, they had not only broken from Britain, but had begun the long, difficult journey of defining what it meant to be a nation. The war that followed was brutal. In August 1776, British forces struck New York with overwhelming strength. Washington's army, outnumbered and inexperienced, was driven from the city, retreating across New Jersey in a desperate bid for survival. For many, it seemed the revolution would end before it truly began. But in December, Washington struck back with daring. Crossing the icy Delaware River at night, he led his troops in a surprise attack at Trenton, capturing hundreds of Hessian soldiers. Days later, he won again at Princeton. These victories, small in scale, carried immense weight. They revived the cause, proving the revolution was not yet lost. The struggle stretched across years and continents. In the north, battles raged at Saratoga, where American forces under Horatio Gates and Benedict Arnold turned back a British army in 1777. This victory was a turning point, convincing France that the Americans could win. French alliance brought supplies, ships, and soldiers, transforming the war into a global conflict. Spain and the Netherlands would also join, weakening Britain on every front. In the south, war grew fiercer still. British forces captured Charleston and swept through the Carolinas, but resistance hardened in the backcountry. Guerrilla fighters like Francis Marion, the Swamp Fox, struck with speed and vanished into forests and swamps. At Kings Mountain and Cowpens, Patriot militias and Continental troops dealt crushing blows to the British. The tide was turning. Meanwhile, the Continental Army endured unimaginable hardships. At Valley Forge in the winter of 1777 to 1778, soldiers starved and froze, lacking shoes, blankets, and food. Disease ravaged the camp, yet from that crucible emerged discipline and resilience. Baron von Steuben, a Prussian officer, drilled the ragged army into a more professional force. Out of suffering came strength, the kind that would carry them through years of struggle. The war's climax came at Yorktown in 1781. British General Cornwallis, cornered by Washington's army and French forces on land, and trapped by a French fleet at sea, surrendered his entire army. Cannons thundered, drums beat, and the dream of independence stood on the verge of reality. Though fighting continued in scattered places, Yorktown broke Britain's will. Negotiations followed, and in 1783, the Treaty of Paris was signed. Britain recognized the independence of the United States. The birth of a nation was not only military, but political. Even as armies marched, Congress struggled to govern under the Articles of Confederation, a weak framework that bound the states loosely together. There were debates over taxes, trade, and the balance of power between states and central authority. Unity was fragile, threatened by regional rivalries and economic hardship. Yet for all its flaws, the Articles carried the states through war and into peace. A bridge to the future Constitution. For ordinary Americans, the Revolution was transformative. Farmers, merchants, artisans, women, and enslaved people all experienced upheaval. Some found new freedoms, others found promises unfulfilled. Native nations faced dispossession as settlers pressed westward, no longer restrained by imperial borders. Enslaved Africans heard the words of liberty, but found chains still heavy upon them. Women took on new roles in farms, shops, and even politics, though formal rights remained distant. The Revolution planted seeds of change, but many would take generations to grow. Still, in 1783, as the last redcoats sailed away, the moment was undeniable. A people who had once been colonies were now a nation. They had defied an empire, endured defeat and despair, and emerged with independence. Their experiment was fragile, their unity uncertain, but they had taken the first step into history as the United States of America. The birth of this nation was not a single moment, but a long labor, from protests against taxes to the cries of liberty or death, to the shot on Lexington Green, to the surrender at Yorktown. It was written in ink at Philadelphia and sealed in blood on battlefields across the continent. It was carried in the hearts of ordinary men and women who dared to believe that freedom was worth everything. The Revolution ended, but the story of America had only begun. Ahead lay debates over government, struggles over slavery, expansion, civil war, and renewal. The ideals declared in 1776, equality, liberty, the consent of the governed, would be tested again and again. Yet their power endured, a beacon not only for Americans, but for people across the world. The birth of a nation is never easy. It is forged in struggle, sacrifice, and hope. In the crucible of revolution, 13 colonies became one people, and one people became a new nation. The United States of America had entered the stage of history, imperfect, unfinished, but alive with possibility. And so, weary traveler, our long journey through the dawn of America draws to a close. We have walked the winding paths of history together, tracing footsteps from the first peoples of this land to the sails of Europeans who crossed an ocean, to the fragile colonies that grew into something more than they had ever dreamed. We have seen hopes rise, lives broken, ideals tested, and a revolution take shape. What began as scattered settlements on distant shores ended as a bold declaration to the world that liberty, however imperfectly grasped, was worth everything. America was not born in a moment. It was carved slowly, painfully, out of wilderness and war, out of prayer and hunger, out of contradictions that still echo. Indigenous nations endured loss but never vanished, carrying their traditions into the new age. Enslaved Africans built prosperity under bondage, yet preserved culture and hope that could never be chained. Colonists fought for liberty, even as they denied it to many around them. The birth of America was both triumph and tragedy, both promise and paradox. But what mattered most was the daring. Against an empire, against the weight of tradition, against fear itself, ordinary men and women chose to believe in a future they could not yet see. Farmers who left their plows to take up muskets, merchants who risked their fortunes, writers who put dangerous truths to paper. All of them became part of a story larger than themselves. They did not know if they would succeed. Many did not live to see the end. And yet they pressed forward, step by step, until the idea of America was no longer fragile, but alive. The Declaration of Independence was not the end, but the beginning. Its words, read aloud in town squares and carried in the hearts of patriots, lit a flame that would never be extinguished. All men are created equal, a truth boldly spoken, even as it was imperfectly lived. Those words became a promise, not only to the people of that time, but to generations yet to come. A promise that would be challenged, broken, renewed, and expanded again and again as America continued to grow. As you let this story settle softly within you, imagine the echoes that linger, the crack of muskets on Lexington Green, the tolling of bells in Philadelphia on a summer day in 1776, the weary march of soldiers through snow at Valley Forge, the cheers at Yorktown when the impossible became real, and behind it all, the quieter sounds, the whisper of wind in the forests where native nations walked, the prayers of enslaved mothers, the voices of children reciting lessons in colonial schools, the hammer of builders raising towns on distant shores. Together, they are the chorus of a nation's beginning. America's story does not end here. It only begins. The struggles of liberty and justice, the contradictions of freedom and bondage, the dreams of equality and the weight of history, all would continue. But from these early centuries, from discovery and displacement, from protest and revolution, came a new nation, fragile yet fierce, imperfect yet aspiring. Close your eyes now and rest. Let the images fade. The ships on the horizon, the flags in the wind, the crowded meeting houses, the smoke of battlefields. Know that you have walked through the birth of a country, witnessed its first cries, its first steps, its first dreams. The journey was long, but the dawn has come. Out of wilderness and war, out of hope and hardship, the United States of America took its place in history. Sleep peacefully, traveler, for you carry this story with you now. A story of courage, contradiction, and beginning. A story that, like the nation itself, will echo through time.